Alrighty.
Oh,
Thanks for the celebrate. So, welcome in, everybody.
yeah.
Hello, hello. Thanks for. Oh my gosh, everybody. Everybody with celebrates. Hi, Arya, you're here. You come to the last stream for Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Welcome in.
I imagine she probably won't stay long at that point.
Probably not.
Hello.
Hydrate. I just started. I have been hydrating. Oh man. But yeah, this is presumably our last Great Ace Attorney stream. We are potentially here at the end here. I'm probably just gonna roll away, but I thought I would say hi. Hi Aria.
Hello.
You can go back to having Chica eat a brain rot. We'll see you on the flip side.
Or, as one might say to Arya, hello, Toots.
Oh my god.
And on that, she's going to block me on Discord. And I'll deserve it.
Yep.
She hasn't yet got that reaction out of it. Curious.
Tsundere much?
Oh yeah, no, when we think about Arya, we definitely think Sundere.
Oh, yep. Arya is definitely a Tsundere.
Hence the whole Arya hates Soph confirmed.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You don't have Chica
There
eat
you
a
go.
brain rot? Yeah, obviously you don't have Chica eat a brain rot. Especially after you sent me that slut of an Ituru. Oh
Does
my
he say
goodness.
Toots?
I don't
I'm
think so.
confused.
No, sorry. I mentioned earlier because she said I'm probably gonna roll
Right.
away, but I thought I'd say hi, and I said yeah, go roll away and dwell in your Chica eat a brain rot, which is a ship name.
Oh.
And
So that's what that was too, not the Toots. Got it. That makes more sense.
I don't know. It might. Well, I don't know. It could have been the Toots. Who knows? The timing on that was impeccable. I don't know if she would. Well, it says also, so I think it was the Toots. If I say, go be a degenerate with Chiquita, she's like, yeah, I'll go be a degenerate with Chiquita. Brain rot is real.
All right, I'm sorry.
Okay, off topic here. Sorry, I've got vague Chiquita brain rot too. Blame Arya. It's time for us to go ahead and I'll always blame Arya.
Or myth.
Or myth, whichever is applicable. But we are presumably in our last Great Ace Attorney Chronicle stream. We finally made it to what I feel like it's going to be probably the very end of the trial here, and hopefully everything gets resolved. So let's jump back into it. We kind of left off in the middle, if I remember correctly, because it was just like, oh my god, I'm like, we gotta stop. We've got to find a stopping point. Let's recap where we left off here, right? Right. Okay. Synonym. Welcome to testify now. Questions, allegations. Okay, so Van Sykes is going to essentially state his piece on the Reaper bit. Okay, I guess it's my fault. Yes, it's your fault. You sent me that card while I was at work, Arya, okay? You sent me that card while I was at work, and when I opened it up, I didn't realize the card was there. I'm like, I gotta go. I've got to close Discord now.
You got to do NSFW tags when Michi's at work.
Oh my god. It sends me a Twitter link with a sexy embed. Anyway.
The sexy in bed?
Embed, EMBED. It was a Twitter embed. The picture showed up in Discord. It wasn't just the link.
I saw an opportunity for a joke and I took it.
No, he was not in bed. He was being a whore on stage.
Oh.
Anyway. Also, I put
That's
you
not
on
the
my
sussiest thing we're gonna say tonight.
we're getting back to Ace Attorney. I've talked enough about A3. It's not. We gotta wait for the A3 PowerPoint stream.
I've been waiting for 2 years.
You gotta wait for 3. It's A3 after all. Oh God.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
If you mentioned burlesque earlier, I'm like, I need to verify what you just said.
I was telling him about it earlier. Oh man. Also, I put you on my shoulder because I wanted your little tie, but you don't move with me, and so anytime that I start laughing or moving, I'm just like, mwah, to the top of your head.
I feel like that's happened with the Soph cat before. I don't remember if it was with you or with Arya, where like certain ways that you moved, it just looked like
Mhm.
you were trying to like nibble my ear.
I'm a little peckish. I had an early dinner. I'm a little peckish now. Okay. What am I doing? Okay, we're getting back into this with the band six. Uh, Gotta get this Discord reactive pre and put Soph on our shoulders. I know, but I don't want to spend more money. I already spent enough
Yeah.
money getting the model, and I wanted V-Bridger for it, and then I had to get the app on my phone so I could track. I didn't have to. I wanted to. I'm like, I've already spent the money. I'm like, maybe later.
I mean, could you use a PNG as just like an object though?
I
Even
could.
if it wasn't the reactive.
I could. It wouldn't be the reactive though.
Yeah.
I could put a PNG
I
of
mean,
Mudkip, business Mudkip,
canonic
so
canonically there's more than one Soph, so
you're right. You're right.
you could have the
Um,
reactive and also shoulder Soph
Hold
or
on.
wherever you want to put Soph.
That's a brilliant thought. Do you have the PNG on hand?
Uh pretty on hand. I have a folder just called Sophs,
Mm,
and it has all the different edits of Soph that I've made,
excellent.
including Mudkip.
Including Mudkip.
And soon we'll have Super Secret Soph.
Super secret Soph.
Super Secret Soph.
Yes.
There's gonna be a new Soph in October.
Everybody keep an eye out for it. Join Ari Aurora's stream for Super Secret Soph.
I mean, realistically, I'll probably just use the same reactive for.
Yeah.
It is semi-secret. I haven't told like everybody about it.
Yeah. But even still, I feel like witnessing it on an Ari Aurora stream would be the ideal scenario for Super Secret Soph. Mm, there. I gotta remember how to do this. Streaming assets. Drag and drop items. Items. Oh, perfect. I found it. So bad at keeping secrets. I've told a few people. I will
You see,
tell.
that's probably the worst part about what we're doing, Aria, is that we're like, all right, we got to be ready in time for October, so we got to start getting this stuff put together now, so that we make sure we're not like scrambling at the last minute. But then we have to wait till October.
Yes. Where did business go? There you are. I'm here. You are needed. We must find a spot for you. Case. Business market. Beautiful.
We got mudkips for your mudkips.
Yeah, exactly.
Drop it. The thing for me is that it doesn't exist yet. Arya's thing exists, but mine is just at like the beginnings of the commission stage.
Oh, oops. That's not what I want.
He's whispering legal advice.
Huh?
He's whispering legal advice.
He's my legal advisor. Here's my swing him on my Oh, there we go.
He really just
Mhm.
wanted to like cling to your hair.
I know he did want to clean my hair, and if I put him on my hair, it's like, woo! I gotta put it on my shoulder. You know, he's my legal advisor. Perfect. I have one on my shoulder, and then we have one just reactive hanging out. You're like the main Soph, you know. You're the one doing the voices. So you can't give legal advice while you're doing the voices. Cat call and swoon the child. What? Oh my god. There we go. We have a small Soph. I feel content now. Okay, we
The
can get
thing
started.
is, I
Hmm?
don't think a Soph would ever tell anybody to call somebody a slur.
Probably not. With the rate we've been going with Chronicles, though,
Arya,
I could see.
Arya, I think story stuff's about to start.
Yeah, story stuff is about to start. Technically, what you're looking at is in itself a spoiler, but unfortunately, we shall not spoil you. Give you the actual fucking ending of the entire series. Oh yeah, here you go. All for you. Thanks for
I'll
stopping by,
spoil.
Arya. Hmm?
I'll spoil Arya. It's not on Ace Attorney story.
Yeah,
Different guy.
different kind of spoil.
She
You,
said she'd play this game.
she may. I don't know. We'll see.
At this rate, there's like a 75% chance that you might all get a chance to see me voice it again.
You will be
Especially
dragged into
considering
it
the
again.
last visual novel we tried to stream didn't go through.
Rip. Ripperoni. You own the game, you will play it. Okay, I believe you, Arya. I believe
She's
you.
not like Myth. She'll actually do it.
Yes. We gotta get her hooked on it though. It's gotta become a hyperfixation for her to be like, oh my god, I must
Yeah.
play.
That's what Apollo Justice is for.
Exactly. We gotta get her back into the Ace Attorney mood.
That's right.
Hand her Trucy. She can have a cute little magician girl, and she's gonna get
Yeah.
into it and feel like, oh my gosh, Ace Attorney's astounding. I got to play the newest games.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
It's
drag
all
Soph
part of the
into
master
streaming
plan.
it yet again.
Yep. Dragging
God,
Soph all the time.
can you? Okay, could you imagine that if it took us this long, us this long to play it? Oh my god, I could only imagine how long it would take going through a second time.
The way things are going with 14 streams, we would probably have a lot of like Saturdays that we could play it on.
Yeah.
Um, we haven't done a lot of attorneying yet because we got sidetracked with Arya and she has only played
Yeah.
like half of the first game. So we're trying not to spoil her, so we got sidetracked.
We
And
got
also the Soph Kips are multiplying.
the soap keeps on multiplying.
So
I needed to get one that, sat on my shoulder and gave me legal advice, so
yeah.
yeah. Very important. Oh my gosh, so how I talked about I wanted to get that commission. And I was trying to figure out
Yeah.
how to make it work. We just had a soap and a tie sitting on my shoulder. A soap kip. It is a soap kip. Indeed. Sidetracked by Arya. Thanks for the Celebrate 2 chai. It's your life at this point.
We were
Yeah.
trying to explain to Myth the other day that Arya has to share me on Thursdays. And he was like, I don't get it. And I'm like, it's a joke and you're stupid.
It's my turn to have the soap this week. Okay. So, now that we've gotten A3 shenanigans, Arya shenanigans, shoulder mudkip, soap shenanigans out of the way, after we've been streaming for almost 30 minutes now. Let's start the game. A3 Arya, Arya, Arya. Yeah, that's what it stands for, obviously. Obviously. What else would it stand for? Okay, so I can't. I can't.
The A floor.
A4. Oh my god. Okay. It makes I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. I think they were called F4. It was a so hold on. It's not because it's F or something or other. They were called F4, short for Flower 4, and I believe it was from they were Flower 4, from Boys Over Flowers. It was originally a shoujo manga, but I ended up watching the K drama, so I hear you just feel like A4, and I'm like it's F4. It's the cool guys in school that are so handsome. Final Fantasy for teen. For teen. A4 paper is just Aria paper. Oh my gosh. It's just Aria paper. Man, she really is small, isn't she?
Yeah. Fun
Yeah.
sized.
Fun sized. A4 sized. Oh my god. Okay. Focus. I've been in a great mood today. I've been in a really great mood today, so I'm gonna be laughing at everything. Um so last we left off, Soph had to help remind me because I also forgot where we left off last week. But we found out who killed Gregson, but we're on the trail of the Reaper now. And I can't look at chat. I can't look at chat. I gotta talk. Um, and we figured out who murdered Gregson, but we're on the trail of the Reaper now, and so now, with everything being pointed back to Van Zykes again, he's taken a stand to testify to try to defend himself here. So let's get started with that. Because obviously, maybe there's a maybe so if there's a reason why I couldn't hit those high notes today, and knew that I was going to start with Van Zykes, and it was like I can't hit those high notes. I won't be in the right register to be able to voice Van Zykes. That's what it is.
Yep, that's exactly how that works.
Yeah, obviously that's exactly how it works. Okay. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was well aware of Gregson's involvement. It's the reason why I went to President Street that day. Now I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there are no reasons to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Oh my gosh, you're right.
You thought I was the old man, I'm sure.
I'm sure I wasn't even thinking that when she mentioned that. I'm like, oh no, that's not good. Well, I don't know if he would necessarily be her type. But if we're talking about older, probably evil men, it's kind of par for the course.
He made a PowerPoint! Also, if it comes down to Strongheart versus an old man, like an actual old man, I don't know, you figure it out. They're neither one of them my type.
I can't say I've never looked at Strongheart and thought, would Arya like this man? Like I've never thought that till now. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
A desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty?
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. You're a little bitch.
Damn.
The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out.
And
Just like me.
This experience of you dying was traumatic, but eye-opening for my for my psyche.
So it's always my intention to work with my client and pursue the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel of the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Cosmo.
You're jealous.
I know you're just jealous. I mean, waiting to point it out. Contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Each banner units came out. Chevru, Sarah, and Tomo. Nice. I know, finally I can get Sarah. Watch me get a whole bunch of Tomas. I need to get Sarah and Chevru's, to be honest, so it'd be great.
So you know what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey?
Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. There's three.
You're intending to comment on every sentence. This could take a while, Cosmo. Just like streams real for real.
Real for real.
Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed.
Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that.
Exactly.
Well, that told me.
But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the heresy.
Hearsay.
Hearsay. I can read.
Heresy!
Heresy. I can read.
There's rumors versus affronts to God. You say for years. How long exactly?
10. Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this culture. 10 years ago now.
Whoa. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying?
I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past.
Friend, even?
He can have those? I thought he only had a hairbrain. It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he noted only as grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time.
So now we're at the nub of the matter.
As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
But why did you go to that specific location?
I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse.
Yes. Even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku.
Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder.
What is amateur hour? Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Gazma.
Real mature of you. You just go like, maybe there's a reason why I found an older boyfriend. Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth.
There is a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course. We were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did? Such as what? How to truly love a man.
Don't know if I want to hear about that. Where to buy good fish and chips. And such like.
Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Whitson was a coroner, of course. But that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work as at a Japanese university.
That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no links exist between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man.
Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. Something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme.
But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. That was a lot of insistence.
Say that 3 times fast.
I don't want to.
Sorry?
Don't make me say it again, Ryunosuke. Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in his testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury.
Well, yes, it's true, but...
Clearly, Kazuma-sama, your jealousy is getting in the way of an actual court case here. Intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case.
So if we don't identify something first...
He'll gain the advantage! He'll somehow win more
That's
affection
good.
points with— sorry.
Dang it, Tomei rules.
He'll somehow win more affection points with you. He'll steal Van Zykes away from you. Well, he won't—
Tomei. Or the other characters pick what route you go on.
What an Atome. That sounds terrifying.
Yeah. And potentially frustrating.
Yeah.
This could be dangerous.
Cosmo wants to be exclusive again so bad it makes him look stupid. He's not doing very much to help his case though. Just saying. Just saying. Again, back to the comment, maybe Ryunosuke went for an older man for a reason.
A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zykes.
certainly. With no apparent contradiction? Why did I want to go straight to contradiction? With no apparent connection between the 3 men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. dear me. What a bleak expression.
I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, that must be everything again, surely.
Another person, Mr. Naruhodo?
I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far.
All right. And I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Van Zykes has something to hide after all? Well, you're cross-examining him, so probably.
Probably. It's because you aren't attracted to the worst video game man ever, unlike me. There's a good reason the gods made me lesbian. Oh dear.
I mean, it could be worse, Chai. You could be attracted to Dio from Zero Escape.
I don't even know much about him, but I watched a little bit of a Zero Escape stream, and I'm like, oh no.
He had absolutely no redeeming features.
Yeah, if I'm gonna like a bad guy, or like a morally ambiguous guy, he's gotta have something redeeming about him.
D&D explains it well in terms of the fact that evil doesn't mean you do bad things. It means you do fundamentally selfish things. It doesn't mean you're a bad person.
Yeah?
And a lot of villains and a lot of different forms of media sort of follow that rule.
Yeah, they do. They do in a way. Okay. We're not using the picture, are we? It might be,
Is
actually.
his brother the connector?
I know, I'm thinking, I'm like, how would his brother connect? But his brother was... Didn't he say that his brother got moved to, like, head prosecutor or something? Like, his brother was very renowned.
Yeah.
And obviously see here, Gregson's in the picture. What was it? We're trying to connect Gregson, Van Zykes, and Dr. Wilson?
Think so? Gregson doesn't have his fish and chips. He doesn't know what to do with his hands.
He's holding them as if he's caressing a cone of fish and chips. He doesn't know what to do with them because it's not there, so he's, you know, he's coping. Well, Dr. Wilson did... Well, Mikatoba did the autopsy, but Wilson was the one that signed off on it as the head coroner for Clint.
Yeah.
So I think it is the photo.
Or what if it's the autopsy report?
That's true. Or
Yeah,
maybe
that's
it's both.
It could be a submit one, submit both kind of a thing.
Gotcha, yeah. Was it this one? No, that's Gregson's. Is this one? What if they used ancient Victorian Photoshop to erase the fish and chips in his hands? Oh my gosh.
Holmes is at it again.
Him and his revolutionary science use. First skin prints, now fish and chip shop. No thread. It's been a save. I don't like feeling confident about an answer because that means I'm typically wrong. I'm gonna try the photo. And I went the long way because why not? No! No!
My lord!
You just escape, please. I don't want to.
Counsel to the defense must object to that last statement.
I'm ejecting
Like
that.
going back in time.
We're gonna see. My legal advisor, Mudtip Soph on my shoulder, has advised me that we must go back in time to to try again.
Who knew Ace Attorney also had time shenanigans?
Is it an autopsy then?
It would have to be the autopsy report because the picture
It
doesn't have
is.
Dr. Wilson.
That's true. That's true.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zykes.
What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. I'm confident it wasn't Van Zykes. If they make it Van Zykes, they're gonna be pissed off.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't think Gregson was actually going to be guilty of shit, but here we are.
I don't want it to be Van Zykes. I really don't. And yes, maybe there's a favorite character bias, but at the same time, I don't know. It doesn't. We've been leaning on this for the whole game, you know, that he's the Reaper. And when more things come to light about what the Reaper's done, like from the very beginning, it's like, oh, the Reaper killed these people. Ooh, you know, like that's been the whole thing with the whole game. And I'm like, how anticlimactic at the ending is. Oh, we've gotten to the peak here, and guess what? Is the guy that we've been talking about explicitly from the very beginning. I don't know. It won't sit right with me as a story plot.
Yeah.
Don't pat my head, Chai. I worry if you're gonna pat my head. Don't.
Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This? The autopsy report of the professor's final victim. Is an undeniable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not the accursed name again. The professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lint Van Zykes.
Lint Lord Van Zykes.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry, Clint. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Van Zykes. I didn't mean to do. Oh. Try again. For a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zykes, it was unthinkable. Clint Van Pockets. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible in the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed. That was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him.
Can you see that, Soph?
Yep.
Yep. And Stream can see it too. Amazing. Astounding.
Amazing, goo.
Amazing goo! We bullied her into it, unintentionally.
She wants to see the good BL.
You see it right off the bat. Like,
Yeah.
it's not hard to find.
Which means that she has seen it.
She's just gotta remember.
Yeah. I like to think I bring a little something extra to it, though.
Yeah, you bring a certain je ne sais quoi to it. Mm,
For all the French people in this game.
yes, exactly.
All two of them.
All two of them, yep.
The noble Lord Van Zykes here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. He tells me that Gregson framed your dad. I'm sorry.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. Oh man, you know what? We're going down. You know how we've seen parallels back to the original trilogy? The parallels of Edgeworth being fed the falsified evidence.
Yeah.
Yep. What? Could the same be said if it turned out the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced. Isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain. Using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
Order. Order at once.
10 years
Ticket
ago.
Number 4.
My father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer. To be silenced. To be silenced. To be silenced to death. But it was all a sham. And I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. Oh my god, so... You know, Cosmo can't let go. And it's just him. However... he who fails to quash his motions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. Claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence. That's nothing more than a wild accusation. I'm glad you said that.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being an assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I knew nothing of any secrets.
All
Well-
secret.
More secrets. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karama, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Right. I see. That is Shogi's young lad, are you? And what? You gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all.
Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. Still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. Unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial Was fabricated.
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders. What exactly did you do? Speak!
Bork. I'm not saying another word.
Then fucking bark. Even if your life depends on it.
That's right. Even then. But that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zyke's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the corpse of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Derek Van Zykes.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Don't do this. I want to hear what you say, Strongheart. Exactly. And as we established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised?
It's like liaison.
Liaison?
It's not on. It's
Liaised?
Yeah.
The Reaper himself who liaised with Jikoku in Japan to arrange the exchange.
Yeah.
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused at this courtroom today, Barrack Van Zykes.
John Cena.
Bum bum bum. John Cena busts a hole in the wall, puts his face in it, and is like, "Are you sure about that?" Okay, before we get into anything further after this passionate declaration, we are hitting the top of the stream hour, so it is time for us to take our hourly ad break to keep the pre-roll ads off for you guys. So, if you'll hang tight here real quick, we'll be right back in a few minutes. So, see you in a minute. Alrighty. We are back. And my tracking has decided to stop. For whatever lovely reason that it's decided to stop. Thank you for the celebrate, Soph. Thank you for the celebrate as well, as far. I guess we're just gonna have limp marionette Michi. This is fine. Oops.
Michi and Net.
Michi Annette. Kazuma Sogi. What? What you just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? The Gregson really fabricated evidence for that trial 10 years ago. I heard it with my own ears. A shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What?
Lord Van Zykes? No, that's not it.
That's incorrect. My learned friend, please shut thy mouth. I gave no such orders. I know that's for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
Lord Van Zykes isn't the one behind all this. Then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too.
You.
No, not me. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is Sherlock Sholmes.
Damn.
I do love how anytime Ryunosuke is like, I have no idea what the answer could possibly be. Those are the
Right.
moments where I'm like, I know exactly what it fucking is, you idiot. And every time he's like, I am 100% certain that I know what to say here. I'm just like, what are you getting at?
What are you on about? This is the one time though I will say I'm fairly certain we're on the same. I'm on the same page with Ryunosuke.
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Strongheart. Just talking to a swimming boy.
Lord Strongheart.
Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution with the professor in court. Then he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zykes, had been killed.
Thanks, Chai.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Oh, it's not a joke. It's an accusation, Your Honor.
Well, Lord Van Zykes?
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The Michi? Not just Michi, but the Michi. Wow.
Unlike the Sophs, there's only one.
I know, there's only one Michi. Okay. Yes, there is only one Michi, but I have wonderful daydreams and plans to have multiple. I guess you could say it would be outfits. It's not truly an AU, but like the idea of Michi experiencing multiple things.
I'm trying to think that it's like you ever think of a word, it's like right there, and then it's gone.
Oh.
There was the studio that we're talking about. I think I met it on like Card Captors. Were you talking about how they had like basically AUs for all their different shows?
Yeah. It's a group. It's the group that made the manga Clamp.
Yes.
Yes. Oh my god.
You're going through clamp marks as Michi.
I am, like, you're calling me out here. That's like a huge inspiration for me, honestly. It is such a huge inspiration. I'm so glad you mentioned it. It makes me so happy. It really does. I thought you were going to say you had dreams of generating multiple Michi tubers. What? I don't know what that would be, to be honest. But yeah, just like that.
You saw the Sophs and you're like, no, that seems pretty cool. I'm also gonna be.
Yeah, you know what? You know, I taking a leaf from Soph's book here. The Michi that locked herself out of an evidence computer when it was unlocked the whole time is a different Michi than the Michi that solves cases to sweet her husband Van sides. Shh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, but yeah, Clamp is like a huge inspiration for like not the entire like lore and thought process for Michi, but like I don't know, between what I want to do, because like I want to have a bunch of different like, if not models, art at least of Michi, and just in different styles. Like I've been vaguely brain rotting over trying to come up with a Genshin AU design for Michi lately. Like it is just, that has been like consuming me for whatever reason. I've really been wanting to like put effort into. I don't even have a concrete design for like my OG form. Why I'm like hyper focused on trying to create this Genshin form, but I'm having like a real great time with it. But between the concept of like the same character but AUs and like Clamp's works, and not only that, but the fashion and the different like outfit designs, I'm really inspired by that from Clamp as well. But also at the same point in time, not that I'm like super big into Vocaloid, I can't really say I'm a huge Vocaloid fan because I just don't know too much, to be honest. But also the concept of these characters having their own, you know, kind of personality, but they're versatile because, you know, producers are using them as the voice, right? It's just like they have all these different outfits and these different designs and all the songs. I don't know, it's just, I want Michi to be able to experience like that as well. Like I want her to be able to see the world in different, multiple outfits and different points of view. Sorry. Anyway. I don't know how we got onto that thought, but it is a core dream of mine to do stuff with Michi. Nothing concrete specifically yet, but that is like the basis for my aspirations of what I want to use, what I want to do. Anyway, the investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lord to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt, but the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world, by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart. Everything falls into place when you recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bay Lake. To solve the case, I have to go home.
I'm gonna go home.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
It doesn't warrant a response.
I'm sorry, we don't have the fifth here.
Formal accusal? Don't be absurd. Defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zyke's autopsy. It's utterly untrue.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
Where is your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now. So we're thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Susto, do you have some latent power? Susto, do you have some latent power that you could pull out right about now?
You mean to say?
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there's no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
Ugh!
Order! Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? How convenient.
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago.
I don't believe we've come up with the idea of the statute of limitations. Let's rake it.
The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Quentin Van Zyke's autopsy.
There just so happens to be someone.
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. It's a shame he's not the one that did the autopsy.
Damn.
And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. There's still one ray of hope. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Would be ridiculous. There's no one left. I killed them all myself.
I no, no, so same time, no, no, I do not want.
Who, Ryusuke? Who? Tell me.
Kazuma, first, I have to tell you, I think you might be possessed by the ghost of an owl.
Who?
Kazuma,
Please! This trial can end! Not yet.
I'm not doing this for you.
I'm doing this for my new boyfriend.
I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Quentin Van Zyke's is...
After a save. I sweat just a little bit. Also, why is my tracking hating me? You know what? I'm gonna be pissed off at the IP change. Oh, the Wi-Fi is not just connected. That's perfect. I don't understand why I have to babysit my phone. panic stages are so real. Yeah, anytime that I feel confident about anything in Great Ace Attorney, I have been smacked right across the wrist immediately. I have been shut down immediately. Come on. Why is it trying to connect to the Wi-Fi on the other end of the house? This is interesting. Oh, and of course the Wi-Fi IP's changed, I'm sure. Hold on. Sorry, technical difficulties. Thought this would be a quick fix. Am I alive again? Can I please be alive again? That would be great. Can I be alive again? I feel like just sitting here like a dead fish. And disconnect. God damn! Get your act together, Wi-Fi. Well, I just need to get a wireless access point for my room. I see I'm holding you all with bated breath, you know. Who is it? I don't know. The suspense is killing me, quite literally. Wi-Fi's on my phone? Yeah, there's Wi-Fi on this phone. What's wrong with you? What is your problem? Here we go. Can I please be alive again, Genshi? So we probably. Yeah.
Nap time.
Nap time, yep. Let's see. I'm alive again! We figured it out.
Hooray.
We've connected back to the network. Oh my god. Okay, we're still. Please. Whatever. If I move around, whatever. Immediately dead. What are we doing? You.
Heaven help us. Another Japanese. Sorry, you can't talk like that. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikitoba. 16 years ago. Came to London with Seshiro Jigoku and Genshin Isogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikitoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
Iris
I
would
know
beg
how
to
to
differ. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikitoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikitoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
Denied.
Wouldn't you know it, he just died.
My dad!
The defense's demand is denied. What?
Professor Mikitoba is in London at this very moment. Let's summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's good. I'm not going to agree to it. Stronger has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
Yeah, he was kind of high on jealousy.
Word.
Don't worry about him.
I did. Yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sugi, if you're so scared, then don't say it. That you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Damn.
As it turns out, he was the one that had the channeling all along. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand.
Which is curious, considering it's only the women of the Fae clan that, that can channel.
Either the rules were different back then, or we learned something about Kazuma.
I guess we know who tops.
Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. And kill my friend's dad. By which you mean me? The punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Suki, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Sogi.
Don't break it. I'm not doing that.
You hear a shattering of glass, and you hear an old man shout, "Objection!" as the normal judge just flies in through the window. Yeah. He said he's
Yeah!
pretty for today.
Yes.
Sir Holmes.
I'm here to rescue you all with my logic and reasoning deduction.
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Holmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? You will leave the courtroom at once.
Not the
You
general
should probably
public.
have yet. You should have yet another fucking conversation with your bailiffs, then, shouldn't you? Mr. Scholes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Not feeling it.
Old male Strongheart. That's such a weird pose. It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
You'll regret it.
Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be.
A raid?
It
A double
can.
raid?
That's
Surely
about
it can't be. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, Jazz. Thank you for the raid, Burb. Hello, hello. Unfortunately, the Wi-Fi is not permitting my model to move, so you'll have to deal with the limp marionette of my body. But yes, welcome in. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. You're playing Dark Picture Anthology. Interesting. How was that? I don't know which one the House of Ashes is, but I know it's like that.
I think it's the third one.
What was the setting?
Underground in Iran.
Oh, so
And
it had like the
there-
military,
Yeah.
the military
Yeah,
characters.
that one.
Yeah. Well, I hope you guys had a good stream. Welcome in, everybody. I'll introduce myself to you guys real quick here. My name is Michio. You guys can call me Michi. I am a digital archivist, meaning I'm here to make, oh god, shining memories with you all, including being hit in the head with wonderful presents to celebrate whenever we have a celebratory moment. And tonight we are actually, you guys have come in at the very tail end of our Great Ace Attorney streams here. We are at the very end of the series, so if you guys don't mind the spoilers, feel free to stick around. Soph and I like to do voices for these characters, so I hope you guys enjoy it. If you guys want to stick around, if not, please, feel free to go, go to bed if you need to, get some food, all that good stuff. Or hey, you don't like me, by all means, leave. It's fine. But we do appreciate anyone that wants to stick around and hang out with us. We're just real casual here. Jazz and Verb killed off a homie. Oh my god. That's sad.
Hey.
That's sad. Poor homie. F's in the chat. But alrighty. Thanks, Soph. I appreciate the F. Thanks, Chai.
Pour out some fish and chips for the homie.
Yeah, pour out a fish and chips for the homie. Yep. You take full responsibility. It's okay, Jazz. Hang in there.
Well, the shock of being accused of being a Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
Are you sure about that?
Ba-da-ba.
I don't know why I thought you were gonna go into that ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I was so confused at first.
It does seem that we have a great many important members of this judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, will the trial end at this juncture?
Enjoy your lurk, Jazz. Thank you so much for raiding in. Please enjoy your food and your cute doggo pics.
After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? $20 word for you.
Yes.
Order. Order in the court. It seems to me that we stand before a door, you do indeed, that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar.
Those damn bailiffs.
Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence. Actually, they're auditors. I think that's their job.
It's their job.
What? What's this?
So much peanut gallery chatter.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
Well, my lord? You hear the voice of the British justice, I take it? I think you'll find you'll be rather awkward to silence. It looked like he was about to throw up. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations.
Really? That's earlier you said that it's not worth talking about.
Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at this courthouse, we shall reconvene. No recess won't be necessary, my lord.
I brought my I mean my friend. I mean the witness with me.
Pardon? Nicotebe is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. Again, your door was ajar. I do believe he's been enjoying a trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Megatobo is here in the courthouse.
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
It was a potential
Foreseeable future.
Dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, I still need a recess. You have no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. Of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Senor Hodo. Yes? What does you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. Still in my pocket. You send some regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, these are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey.
shocker.
Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss?
Far enough to get to Tavat.
Yep. That's why there's Genshin Asogi.
Yeah. The connections.
Yeah. It's the crossover event.
It is.
Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom. Ha ha! And
Haha!
confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under.
Oh, you're so witty, Rinosuke.
I am truly resolved to see this through.
Oh my gosh. Roll credits.
I guess it's just Fontaine. We're in Fontaine. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Gotta get the Uratrice Mechanique Danelise Cardinal. And then plunge a sword through Male Strongheart's chest.
Yeah. Where's the guillotine falling from the sky?
So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensics medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan.
Oh god, how did I do her voice?
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it.
I don't know why I gave him the slightly British accent.
I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheeks constantly, as I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary.
Not quite the entire, but we're about to do we're about to fully disrupt that.
She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zykes? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Oh, Mama. A secondary assistant. She wouldn't have had a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zykes' autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I am wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted to it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
The autopsy of Clinton Van Zykes.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-styled sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
You could be a little more specific, guys.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, which I'll swear to in the testimony. Ugh!
Yeah.
Quit cackling out there on this on the judge's stand, my lord.
Ha 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 ha. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No! He freely acknowledged it! I swear he did!
Really? With the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Van Zykes' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. And the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zykes, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
And you're to blame. You give justice a bad name.
Yeah.
That's enough.
I'm speaking facts, my lord.
I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. I will do all the supposing. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion in this during the cross-examination. What?
cross-examination.
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after the testimony. If you were paying attention to any of the other, like, 6 cases that I did in your courtroom, you would know that I'm a stickler for these rules.
I love to bring back ancient practices of summation examinations too. You should know this.
And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Umph. Very well. You may begin, counsel.
Thank you.
However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord.
Please don't be a butler to him, Ryunosuke. Don't do it. Don't make a pact with him. Don't make a pact with him, Ryunosuke. Okay. From my own observations, I couldn't. Oh, never mind. I read this before. Haha, we're doing the cross examination. Panic save time. Panic save time. Absolutely.
You couldn't say.
No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say that there wasn't any indication either, could you? No. True. I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. At times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something.
And at those times, what was the secondary system doing?
Panic in the courtroom.
Following the Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't quite a part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheeks like that? Professor Mikitoba, think. Was there nothing at all seemed out of place to you? Well... yes. There was, as a matter of fact.
And all the previous 4 killings are attributed to the professor. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled?
Correct. Yet Lord Van Zykes was stabbed.
Ah. Do you mean to say... You think Lord Clint Van Zykes may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But
No buts.
Genshin Isogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. He was a werewolf. No evidence of no evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
If it was a closed court, though, and closed pretty much from that point until Genshin Isogi's execution,
True.
twice, we don't have anybody who can be like, oh yeah, no, he confessed.
Van Zyke's Barrack didn't deny it though. He was the prosecutor on the case.
True. Yeah. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mom has told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time. It's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma.
I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh.
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it?
I don't want to say.
What exactly was it, then? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
A black widow.
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitious quarters of his left hand, and the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. It was among us.
A bogus. This man is pretty sauce. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. We have to break into the evidence lockers again.
Damn! Hopefully there's no blue badger there.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of this ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled. They arrested the man then and there, right before my eyes.
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Wouldn't you like to look at stomach acid ring on stomach acid ring?
Oh gosh.
There it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Did we read something into that?
Well, it's just the thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
My... Really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
I don't care. You locked away my mama.
However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceeding. Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Osogi's ring has been entered into the court record. Okay. Before we continue any further, we have hit the top of our stream hour, so it is time for us to go ahead and take our hourly ad break to keep the pre-roll ads off for you guys. So, if you guys will hang tight here real quick, we will be right back after a few minutes. We will continue forth with this incredible story. So, see you in a minute.
Wait.
Hello, Brady. Let's continue.
Hello.
Oh,
Did you miss it?
we're back. I sure hope you
I
missed
certainly
us.
didn't miss with all those boxes.
Damn. Soph doesn't miss me.
I was gonna say I do, but I wasn't sure if it'd be corny. I'm like, wait, I'm full of corn. Why wouldn't I?
Why wouldn't you? That is standard Soph there. Soph's response.
It's what people come for. They come for the corn.
They come for the corn.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's look.
Yeah. 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 Just every time there's a new piece of evidence, I'm like, I must look at.
Look, must examine. The ring belonging to Genshin Sogi found in Lord Clint Winzlike's stomach during the autopsy. Claws clasping the gem looked sharp enough that they could cause a very nasty scratch. Which I kind of had that feeling to begin with, that it was just too sharp for one to swallow without slicing their esophagus.
These fat claws are doing a good job protecting an equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Did you really have to use that descriptor, Mr. Naruto?
They're fat.
Like
They're
a...
thick claws of 3 C's.
God.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut in them, I should think.
Ow.
God damn it.
Now my finger's bleeding. Claws really are sharp.
You know what? Maybe you were made for... you were made for Kazuma-sama. Oh my. That was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruto. Even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You can swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better. With some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow.
You two idiots just serve each other type stuff. Sure.
Check the underside of the... There were some dark lines. I wasn't sure if they were like inside the ring. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was just coloration or if that was like a thing. So.
Yeah. I think the only thing to note was, wow, look how sharp that is.
They sure would suck if you tried to intentionally swallow it.
Damn. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim was as a way of posthumously identifying its assailant. God, what point are we on? That's the end, okay. Oh god. Please don't say that about Cosmo's dad. Please don't say that about Cosmo's dad.
Hi, Ultimo.
welcome in, Ultimo. Oh, good god. Hi, Ultimo, welcome in. You come in an impeccable time. Okay, let's go back to this. Okay.
This is the stuff that already
Just
misses
shit!
out on
Oh my
not
God!
being here from the beginning. That's everything.
No, it's not everything. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. Okay. Got me thinking about Genshin the Throat Goat. I don't want to think about Genshin the Throat Goat. I'm gonna go through this slowly now. Okay. I'm making a save. I worry. I'm making a save. Okay. Take that! Damn it! obviously not the one.
Hi.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim was posthumously identified as assailant. No sign. There we go. Never mind. Never mind. I should have paid attention.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel for Dr. Wilson. That Dr. Wilson had requested.
Damn it, Dr. Wilson. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not.
Take that, indeed.
What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
I'm going to prove it by swallowing the ring right now. Oh god, it hurts!
Mr. Naruto, please don't. Oh my god.
I didn't know that there'd be this much blood.
Mr. Naruto, why are you being such a fool? You weren't this dumb before. What's happened to you?
When both Van Zykes and Cosmo are in the same room, something comes over me.
Not in the courtroom. Please. Please, I don't want something coming over you in the courtroom.
God. Oh, thank you, you went there and I didn't.
Oh my god.
Oh my. You see, that's the other thing. Arya and I end up playing this game together, but like off stream. I'm not worried about TOS.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about TOS. Exactly. This game changes your psyche permanently. Oh yeah, immediately from the first like 10 minutes. We were 10 minutes in and I already knew where we were going with this game.
Like, within the first 10 minutes, you can make the jokes, but I do agree with Chai that like after you play the entire 2 games, like you kind of look at things differently.
Yeah. I don't know. It's definitely
At least I do.
brought out something in us. Good or bad, I don't know, but it's brought out the most in us.
It's brought out a thing.
It's brought out a thing within us.
It's brought out more soaps.
It's brought out more soaps. Oh no.
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a brash claim?
This evidence, right here.
That's the autopsy report.
Listed in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
Observe! Oh.
No, please, Rinosuke!
My learned friend is not so learned after all.
God, he's so dumb. I want to make out with him right now.
I can fix him.
Cosmo's like, I can fix him, and Van Zykes is like, I can make him worse. Swallowing of this size would require considerable effort and determination. one might say, a fair bit of resolve.
Oh my god.
And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
Oh my god.
My brother was a determined man. On the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had solved that enormous ring,
Oh my god, Chai. Oh dear god.
I feel like that is a term that I'm not familiar with.
What?
TGAA.
The Great Ace Attorney.
Oh.
That's what I assume it is at
I
least.
am familiar. I just don't normally
Yeah.
see it written that way.
I know. I haven't seen it written out that way either, but something in my brain told me that that was probably was.
It's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No! And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the finding of myself 10 years ago.
Soap to soap.
Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Migatoba?
Well, if he swallowed the ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, or mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Migatoba, may I remind you
You are the assistant.
that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
This is what it's like working in an office, by the way. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen, such as me planting it in the stomach after the fact.
Damn.
No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. Incorrect.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work.
He didn't shoot him! So! He didn't shoot him!
There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Yes. The ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before. A better memory I have. Of Genshin Isogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? My competition? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden,
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves.
He cut the bullet in half,
Oh my god.
without even drawing his sword.
Wow, a true Japanese man.
The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying...
He did the ka-ching ult attack thing and they were all dead? Yes.
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Please don't shout, Kazuma.
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested.
Kazuma. Shut up. Open your eyes.
Look with your special eyes. My boyfriend. Ryunosuke.
You must know deep down, in your loins,
Oh my
the truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded.
Oh my god.
But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. You said Kazuma, you dense motherfucker. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? to see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle.
Yunosuke, you see? I have to confess something. While I might be floundering in a dense fog, you are my lighthouse.
What grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself that of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. Or so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. We just had a case like a month or two ago about misconduct during an autopsy, and I'm pretty sure we sent Maria's mom to jail over it.
Yeah.
If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In a closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zykes? Yeah, this feels familiar.
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then...
Oh my. That is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Dang, you should write not fan... You could write fanfiction. You should write visual novels.
I should write fanfiction, yeah. I should write visual novels for sure.
Yeah. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Thank you, Yunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. For one giant hole.
I beg your pardon? And beg.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining his silence. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have proved it?
Protested?
Protested?
No, those results were an invention, alright.
There's no question on that. Are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy has been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. Oh no. I think it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me?
Osmond has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show whether there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial.
The reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Damn. Vince, like, you need to get rid of that right now.
Killing you.
What?
It's killing you.
It's killing you! Oh my gosh. Maybe that's why you look so much older than you actually are. It's like, no!
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. Proof to be had that could possibly explain Sogi's silence in court.
Music drives you bonkers in a good way. Phaser training music is good. All the way around.
Behold, this bunny.
Look at this rabbit! It's blue. It's wearing a detective outfit.
It's the other legal assistant.
Oh yes, there we go. It is the other legal assistant. I have a I have a devil and an angel on my shoulder. I was against a joke, not gonna lie, that flew over my head at first. It had layers to it.
Sometimes I do subtle jokes just for myself, and then revel for anyone who happens to laugh at it, because that's just a bonus.
Yes. All my material possessions and wealth. Was it just that... Not that he could predict that Cosmo would come after him, but... Is it just that Genshin was backed into so much of a corner that he realized that there was no winning this? Why fight it? I don't know if there's a more logical reason than this, though.
Like, it feels like a leap, but I also just don't know
Yeah.
what other evidence we have about him.
Right? I don't know. Anything... Togi's silence in court. So... That or he was trying to protect someone. I don't know who he would protect.
Actually, that's how that would be protecting anybody.
Yeah.
He did say his last will was his final weapon, but I don't really understand that one yet either, unless we already touched on it and I missed it.
I don't either. I don't think we've really like. I don't think we've fully delved into the Asogi papers. This card is the only weapon I have left. Is it? Hmm. On my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. I regret nothing about my chosen path. I don't know, man. I think I made a save, but we're making another save. I guess we can try? No. Or is it?
This is the defense's answer to that question.
No, I'm going. I shrug. Will shrug hard, please. Why would Genshin not say anything? He's protecting someone? There's a reason for him to be silent. Why would he not talk about the ring?
Because he swallowed it and he couldn't talk.
Scarlet ink stains visible. I forgot about this bit. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. The known document and corresponding ink was found. I don't think we've addressed that. I don't know how that ties in though. Red ink. No, for the very end of the series, we made it 2.5 hours without needing the walkthrough.
Yeah.
I'll consider that a win. I can't think of anything. Can you think of anything?
The only thing I could figure is that he was physically incapable of talking. Or it was difficult for him to.
Yeah.
But as Mikitobi mentioned, there was no sign that he actually swallowed the fucking ring, so... Or no, he...
It would have been him. They would have already recovered the
Would've been
ring.
Yeah. I'm getting my people mixed up. It would not have been Genshin at all.
Yep. Genshin theoretically lost the ring a few days before he was arrested.
Right.
Theoretically. We're pulling out the walkthrough. I'm pulling out the walkthrough. I'm not sat at my computer properly, so when I reached over to start typing on the keyboard, it wasn't the most ideal spot. And so I started typing Great Ace Attorney, and then the G just went gaga, and I'm just thinking, great!
Great Ace Attorney.
Frosted Flakes Ace Attorney.
Only the prosecutor.
Only the prosecutor.
Tony the prosecutor.
Tony the prosecutor, sorry. They were calling the prosecutor a frosted flake. Okay. Huh?
Is it a weird one?
Hold on. I'm not sure if I'm lost or if I'm...
I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but it's funny that your model has the tablet out.
Oh, yes. It's because I think I used the arrow keys when I was going for the search.
Yeah.
we must writing. Unintentional. No, obviously I'm taking notes real quick. It'll make sense? Okay. Because I kind of peeked ahead to a couple things, and I saw a name that I'm like, okay. What are we doing?
X-ray.
Makes sense, makes sense. I'll try to trust.
Sure, the Genshin Asogi sounds during his trial resulted in his conviction. That didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. Notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order. First fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy.
We're opening all the cans of worms.
I mean, we have to, it's the end. Because it's all intimately linked.
The
prosecution wishes to summon a new witness to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Ah.
Governor Caden? The poor chief ordered the prison.
Won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, there wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
He's already outside.
Hmm.
What?
Ah, my partner.
Father.
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Apparently rattle. Hated means rattle-brained.
Hmm.
Which is kind of like scatterbrained.
Yeah.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
The shift in your cosmic voice from so upset to headstrong and determined. Thanks, Shy. I try.
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Waiting for the jor to be a dar. Oh my god. The
We're
door.
waiting for the jorts.
Waiting for the jorts. No. No. Oh my god, didn't we have like some sort of, was it Vinzikes and jorts?
Yes.
Yes, that's what it was. Oh my god, what a throwback. Hi Candy, welcome in. Thank you for your lurk. Please enjoy your lurk.
I think it was something about like when he does his little axe kick up on the
Oh, right, yeah.
on the desk. I was like, what if he was wearing jorts when he did that?
You know, I don't even remember where that came from, to be honest. I just remember.
I think that would have been like episode 3 of the first game.
Yeah.
So
Put them on men of the court, don the jorts of justice. Oh my god.
I'm talking about the ones that like come like just above the knee.
Oh,
They're
yes.
not like short, but they're just short enough to be kind of weird.
They're like Bermuda length jorts.
Yeah.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared it at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing. To uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. We can and will use your words against you.
Strongheart, do you need a standing desk? Do you keep getting up?
Getting leg cramps.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses.
Gotta get that blood flowing.
Doing my calisthenics in the meantime.
I'm doing squats the lazy way.
Mistake. I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Jorts to soul. Oh my god. Lord.
Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
See, jorts? That's content Arya couldn't get on.
Yeah.
She's missing out on that.
She's missing out. We add.
The
we add,
BL writes itself. I get that.
yeah.
Jorts? That's all me.
Yeah, it's all you.
For better or for worse.
Again, back to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles brings out something within us. It brings out the most, the best or the worst. Who knows? But it brings out the most.
It brings out Soph.
Yes.
What does that mean? Soph.
Yes. definition of Soph is Soph.
Yep. Aye, Barry Kaiden, fuck. Governor of Barclay Prison. I don't have to say his name often.
Everyone calls me Gossip.
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Chai, what does that mean? Oh my god. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is I can't look at chat. I can't. I'm not looking at chat. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Lost. Professor, we've already been through all this afore a decade ago. And the conclusion is there was nigh anything untoward happened.
It's not bridge phobia. Sorry. It's not bridge phobia. I can't focus, Chai.
The convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after we allegedly executed. He escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. What's that supposed to mean?
It's like bitches and hoes, but it's
Oh,
britches and hoes, like pantyhose.
I see.
It was a stretch.
I don't know. I was like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to gather from this. We're talking about BL Britches love. I don't know where I'm going with this.
It's deteriorating.
Hey, the night's getting later. It's what happens. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot of a breakout, oh my god. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Witness. Governor Kaiden. Huh? Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in this public safety of our country.
We're not
Great
doing D&D.
responsibility to shoulder.
We're not doing D&D, are we?
No, I'm not allowed to play that game anymore. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, he will be held in contempt of court.
God, I thought I was having... I thought I was not reading that right for a second. I'm like, no, that was the intention. That was the intention. I'm like, oh my god, I'm losing it. Nope, I'm not losing it. I read that exactly how it's supposed to be read.
If it turns to break, then you are to break involved in assisting in the breaking of the break out of the inmate.
Oh, give me a break. My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you're both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Sogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
The jailbreak plot.
It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution. But I knew nothing of any plot.
I deny Ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. It really threw me off because his first two text boxes in that did not have any like dialect indicators.
Yeah.
So I was like, how do I do your voice?
You don't have a tuning word.
No, like, just that voice requires it to be written in a certain way.
No.
And they didn't do it.
Nah, yeah.
A director from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I deny Ken that.
You're saying you don't know?
I'm saying deny Ken. Listen, there is nigh a thing about that professor case that was nigh unusual in some way. I deny ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, what can I tell you? I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to the crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part.
Then why are they talking to a convict?
So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more patent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination?
Always.
Absolutely. You're stupid for asking me. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. I can't believe you tell me something so fucking dumb.
I scrounged for every single crumb. How dare you think I would pass this one up?
What do you think fuels my flying pants?
These crumbs.
Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Which is weird because we had a lot of conversations, people being like, "You're Japanese, we're prideful, know when you're beat," and we're just like, "What?"
Yeah.
Very well. Proceed, counsel.
All right. Before we get into our cross examination here, and get too deep into it, we are hitting the top of our stream hour, so it is time for us to go ahead and take our hourly ad break to keep the pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you'll hang tight here real quick, we're going to take our ad break. I'm going to go fetch my dog, and we'll be back in a few minutes. So, see you in a minute. Alrighty. We are back now.
Oh,
Tracking is not ever going to come back, I don't think.
oh no!
Thanks for the celebrate. So, oh, that Chai's throat got hitched up on something. Thank you all.
But it didn't sit on your head.
It did not sit on my head. That was honestly amazing. We're doing all the reading. Yep, indeed. Thank you. Oh, did it connect to the Wi-Fi? Ooh. Hold on, it might have connected. Ah, it disconnected. I talked about it. It got nervous. It left. Need to recreate the bug? Which bug?
Of getting the thing to stick in your head.
Oh, that. Sorry. When you say bug, I think of like all the moths that have been in my room. And the handful of times where I've just kind of lost on string because
Yeah.
something's been like right in my face. Okay. Let's get to our cross-examination.
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, then narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me.
I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. The Queen herself.
Oh my gosh.
Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, did I bother with idle speculation? We just get the job done.
Sorry.
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then. Who else did know about the plan? That's a weird way to phrase it, Cosmo.
I even know the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I would not be surprised if there are other folks in the prison service who've been given similar orders. You don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Shive?
Yeah. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Seth as she's known now.
Why did I even ask?
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the
Lead up?
lead up to that night?
Everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized that country. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow is surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of the five of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I could still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was waiting on you, didn't you? Not, Vigil. I can I apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. Give me an explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may. And then I ken nothing about that. Doing this stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do.
I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you're just following orders. Is that it?
I'm afraid you won't absolve your guilt there. You of guilt. I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt there.
Man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was this part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the jock out, go to the jail, and nothing more. I can only tell you nothing about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
You okay, my dude?
He hasn't been in a long time.
That's fair. Are you having an episode right now? That are you going to pass out?
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? God. The noises these people make.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? Are they sleeper agents? Was there an activation phrase? What Governor Kaden was saying just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
For the last 10 years, I've been completely blotted out of memory.
I've butchered this whole line. I should try again.
For the last 10 years, completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors. In the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. It's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, that the intention was always to betray him. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries?
Yeah.
Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Ah,
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with the Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Wink, wink.
truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. I believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top. It doesn't quite add up, does it? Or Kaiden. I keep flipping. I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony. Cads! Go on then.
Strong art here suing.
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had bargained with, surely. I see that myself. After all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh?
This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well. Anything has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen.
Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is... the convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. When this makes an astute point, logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put in practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. I guess it was his last will and testament
I'm sorry, what?
for some reason. His last will and testament for some reason?
Yeah, because it says his weapon, so... But... Oops, these are new lines. Oh well.
I can't help feeling.
There's something missing.
There's something about this negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
I don't know, maybe it's because I've been clicking through everything.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, it doesn't. I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Nothing to bargain with. Why not? Give it a shot. I can't get anything else either.
Yeah. My only thought is, like, they managed to cover a track by sending something back to
Japan.
home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrong button.
Man. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit, on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Misugi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Sogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Avarice. The fellow could not possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah! Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now. Even though you are.
Yarg. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that, Will through the bars of the convict cell. Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then. But what's on the paper?
The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Oh my god. Is it like... literally? So, if we're taking the will itself is not the weapon. Is the only physical item he had left karma?
Maybe. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Oh, well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in the cell, but... that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document. It became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jings! What blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper.
I don't believe you.
The fellow's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? We're in his cell. We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Oh, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely-wally galoot?
Damn. You had criticized me now.
I showed it to you afore, did I know, young lawyer?
Have we gotten German Soph?
No.
I don't think so.
I voiced the guy who had moved to Germany, but he was from England, so he didn't
Yeah.
have a German accent.
I think I'm the only one that voiced a German quote-unquote character.
Yeah.
And even still, I don't know how well I actually did it doing a German accent, to be honest.
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Conor McGregor. Oh, for Governor Caden.
Yeah.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, This one contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Leverage?
The leverage.
Liver.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already. What went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system.
Good.
I'll do it again. Certain notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. Man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. I'm going to make a mistake of it again.
What? No. I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened. These so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time. The will was fake. Where is the real document? You're hiding it in your hair.
Yeah, in a bird's nest.
Better it's the, cravat? I don't know what you would call that.
Oh, the thing around his neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not actually fabric, it's the Asogi papers.
Oh, damn.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
Peanut gallery.
Yes, he is. Because he's going to be caught between a rock and a hard place.
Did you say?
I'm not mad. Just disappointed. But also mad.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
The Asogi papers.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi peppers when the directive came telling me to impound them.
Ah, they're not the Asogi papers, they're Asagi papers.
Yeah.
See, that makes sense.
The document was found in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
His kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of that man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. Can't be true.
Were you no satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, you wee waffinger?
Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you'd like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Garg!
Mr. Vigil, you have a wife.
Little and large. What a double act. We complied with the Sogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking them as my father's brushwork.
Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, or was it? I think we can safely assume the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. What if there's missing pages?
Hmm?
Yes, my lord. Are there teardrops on the last couple of letters?
Are they photocopied by chance? Oh, nobody's gonna get this joke. Oh, thank you for that, Soph. Oh, I love Mushitaro. I love him so much. That was a good episode. I love that trio. That trio is good.
Let's try.
Do you know Bungo Chai? Did you get that reference? Or are you just laughing because we're laughing? I have to know. Chai, do you, Bungo? Most important question that I hear.
So does that mean that you converse with Mr. Yosogi?
Yes, certainly. There was precious little time before his execution was due.
Ah, man. Well, I'm glad they were funny in isolation. You know what? Maybe we will have to watch Bungo sometime in the Discord. I'll have to drag
A
Chai
watch
and watch
party.
Bungo.
Yep.
Yes. Just season one at least. I guess that wouldn't get the reference, but still. I must introduce Bungo to the masses.
He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike me. He really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Did he confess in full to the crimes? I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man.
And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that?
It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes.
Ow. Itai.
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
And like the Banpad Yar, he did not tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
That's rich coming from you. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Berkeley, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Soph to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? All of his penned to the prosecutor's office. You would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Ugh, well...
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
President Governor, can I be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office?
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter?
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. We're in luck. They're standing outside right now.
Sholmes is literally just going on like a scavenger hunt for people across the city, collecting them and lining them up, ready to go in the wings, you know, like a performance. Like, oh, it's your cue. Are you ready?
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery, then.
Well, the thing is about that will.
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "I can say how it disappeared completely in my face."
Well, it's doomed to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
Point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Gerber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it. The day after I read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you dated Genshin Asugi to escape from prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. How could I have done anything else? And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, in the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I denied Ken before, and I deny Ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. Directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document. Like a Word document. Was the wording document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. I clutching at straws here. I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament at the center of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony, then, witness.
Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during the incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. His looks, that kimono, his sword.
His sword?
Karma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Prior to being the soul of the clan, could I had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Yunosuke.
For respectful silence? Warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. Nick and I have heard anybody with that thing. Still, there's a lot of sword, but no writing materials.
Yeah.
Hey. You wrote that a little before he came to stay with us at Berkeley, you see. Dr. Mikitoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuki inkstone. Black semi ink and some punchy rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters just looked like a swarming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Worms.
Worms.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil?
No, I'm just having a moment. Give me one moment.
Mr. Vigil?
Sir, it was Scarlet, sir.
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. This possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Supplement your testimony.
Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remembered, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Scarlet, you say?
Not Violet?
Quack.
Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. Even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking there was an unusual colour. At the very least, I'm quite sure it was black.
Angie.
Witness, you are colorblind, remember?
Red, black,
Is that
colorblind.
really what you saw?
Sir!
Ah, um... Something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
You're very Angie.
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Stronger to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Ah, good night, Heather. You can plainly see the light near, and it's as black as the Rolla Hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes. You're right.
Ah,
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you.
Clint's fingers had red ink. I don't know how it ties
Yeah.
in.
Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Sogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it between his back, or behind his back, excuse me.
It was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
Court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add. Well written in scarlet ink. Did Mr. Vigil really see? What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's mother holding her?
If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once.
If you have a scarlet inkling, that testimony doesn't give much away.
So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Sogi actually had nothing.
But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead. Which means he must have had some bargaining.
Bargaining
Potential?
potential?
So he must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
Starting to sound like Mr. Sogi actually might have had something.
Alright, Ryunosuke. Is that a platoon thing?
Yep.
Okay.
I haven't played it in almost 7 months.
I know next to nothing about Splatoon.
Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm not sure. I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all of this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. The smallest
Absolutely.
D.
No.
Because that's all that was revealed behind the mudkip head.
Okay. Are these the true Asogi papers? The hilt.
Or it's not even something that Sogi wrote.
True. Assuming
Because
Clint
my
probably
assumption
wrote
is
it.
something that Clint wrote.
Yeah. Talked about karma. There's nothing to talk about on karma. We don't have any other old papers that would, you know, have red ink on them. The documents written in scarlet ink. Perhaps I'm mistaken.
Do we just present Clint's autopsy report since it had some about the
The
scarlet
red
ink
ink,
on his
yeah.
hand? I don't know, that's like a point C situation, but
Yeah. Scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring finger of his right hand. No document and corresponding ink was found. It's worth a shot. Uh-huh.
scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
Somebody in the room believes me.
I was just thinking that. I was just about to say it.
Ever again, you've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
He's gonna have that reaction every time.
He can't. He hasn't gone over it. Which is fair, but he can't believe it every time.
Yes, there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
It does sound like a European supermarket. Sounds like something you go to UK and be like, oh yeah, we'll just pop down to the Havas real quick.
Yeah.
Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink.
Well, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard to guess they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink had sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zykes was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. No document pinned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
Was it scarlet? So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting? The document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was...
Same document that Lord Clint Van Zykes was writing moments before his death.
Then, it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil,
Sir!
when you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
Alright then. What's on the paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. I didn't say it was his last will and testament.
Yeah?
A last will and testament.
Ah. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think?
I try my best not to, but in this case I'll make an exception. Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. But it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes.
No.
What?
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he'd chosen to die.
Or he knew he was gonna die.
That is what it means, yes.
No. Impossible. It is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zykes.
Clint was pursuing the professor. They consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He would rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document.
Indeed.
Person came to be in possession of it. BAM!
Damn. Okay. Like this moment. I don't know this moment. We're kind of in the heat of it, but we are hitting the top of our stream hour, so it's time for us to go ahead and take an ad break real quick to get the pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you're hang tight, we will continue on as we hit the peak of tonight's stream. Be right back.
Right.
Alrighty. Celebrate straight to the head. Thanks, Soph.
Yeah.
Can't even dodge it. I just have to take it. Thanks for the celebrate chai.
So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I thought he was about to just do the vacant stare at the camera. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to, having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, Counsel?
I'll say it again a little bit louder for you. That's unacceptable. The last will and testament that Genshin Sogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Sykes. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
He said, dude. With no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning pursued. A reason why Lord Clint Van Sykes, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death.
Prosecutor Edward chooses death.
Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. We're doing that a lot. But just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you're resolved to do when you enter the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Roll credits. Mrs. Stowe.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Or that is soldering.
Did they say soldering?
No, soldering didn't exist back then, but I read it as soldering because it's one letter off from soldiering.
Gotcha, yeah.
Yes, you're right.
Well, I feel like it was probably intended as soldiering on, but I'm like, maybe I filled an eye.
Hey, you said soldiering. I read it as soldering.
Yes.
My brain is stupid.
I was just confused because I'm like, the intention I had a feeling was soldiering, but maybe they typoed, you know?
Oh, no. They typed it right. I read it wrong.
Gotcha.
10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Sykes left behind a will. The will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, details in the will were related to the Professor case. Since the last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke.
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. That's happened like 18 times.
Yeah.
I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Sykes was in fact
A confession? Because he said no, that'd be too hideous.
Yeah.
And what would be the one thing that he couldn't go back from after saying?
You can do this, Mr. Naruto.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zykes actually penned that day was a confession. Was he the professor?
A confession.
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Enough. Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? Confession. The true identity of the professor. That would mean.
Lord Van Zykes, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. I'll go slowly. But it's the only explanation that fits.
You can use the safe word, it's okay.
The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No. You can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zykes himself. Finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Again.
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zykes.
How did that? Did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruto?
Lord Baird Van Zykes is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his other brother really was? Hold her in the court. Lord Van Zykes. The professor made use of an enormous hound and his murder weapon as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? No, but he had a fursuit.
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. We called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
Apparently, Melmung is a sword from Norse mythology.
It sounded familiar.
A jewel-studded collar.
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
I was right. It was a collar for the Hound of Baskerville.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem and bearing the initial B.
Oh my, you know it!
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. A pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The color you described as Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Slyke's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
Oh, quarry. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of noble and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, laying him mercilessly on a foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? And years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. Though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Are we closer to the end than you thought?
I'll speak again. Dismissal. Slide over to Vigil. Soggy papers. Press the fifth statement on the second of the witness's second testimony. Oh. We've talked to Vigil twice, though. Present Clint's autopsy report on newly added statements. Select the third option, confession. Select the second option. I don't know how quickly we're going to get through these, because I think the last thing we selected was, the last choice we made was, yeah, I think I agree with Chai here. Because
Okay.
confession was the last thing that we did, I think. So we
Yeah.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 9 more bullet points on here.
Hmm.
Interesting. Do we want to call it here then?
I guess so. If you feel like it's a decent enough stopping point.
Yes. Yeah, because I feel like once we start opening up that can of worms, especially since we're not like if it was at the end, I'd just push through, right? You know, like we had maybe like another hour left, I'd push through, but I don't foresee it being another hour. um, I feel like before we've gotten the grand reveal, but we can go into the why, what, where, and how next time. Make a save. It does feel like it's coming to a head, but at the same time, I don't know, something feels off. Can't tell you what, but something feels off. Okay. Man, here I thought this would be our last Great Ace Attorney stream. I feel pretty confident though saying next one will probably be our last one because we went through looking at how long it took us to get through the bullet points, we went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 bullet points.
We did get sidetracked for like half an hour to 45 minutes right at the beginning of the stream.
We did. And I also started late because I couldn't get my shit together. But I have a feeling that next time will probably be it's the time I can't speak. I blame Arya. Arya. Arya A4. It's all A4's fault. A4 talking about A3. All her fault. But yeah. Last Ace Attorney stream, I guess that there are 2 to 3 streams left. I was right. Yeah.
Huh.
I don't think we have 2 more after this. I think we'll probably what's the word? I think we'll probably finish it up next time. If we're able to get through 14, I think we can get through 9. Fingers crossed, right? Um Gosh, I'm excited though. I was talking to Soph about this before stream, and I said, or was it before stream? I don't know. During an ad break or before stream, I was talking to him about it. Where I'm excited to be able to, get all of our loose ends tied up here, where we kind of like everything finally unfolds and resolves. Haha. But just to finish the thought, right? So I remember like it was interesting, but I was kind of underwhelmed with where we left off at the end of Adventure. Um, because I'm like, damn, if I had to wait for another game, I would be pissed, man. Like, I don't want to leave with this cliffhanger. Are you kidding me? Um, but I'm glad to wrap it up because we've had questions. I've had questions for like a year now. um,
Yeah.
we're slowly approaching that, probably like 10 months or something. But
I was wondering if we were gonna have to be like, we'd have to figure out who the professor was too, and the game was like, nope.
yeah, and I was like, no, here you go. I never even thought about Clint though. I never even thought about that. How I took Clint was always what's the word? Just a victim, you know?
Yeah.
Poor Vin Zykes. He's really been put through the ringer. But yeah, I'm excited to wrap this up. Anyway, I didn't finish that thought. I'm excited to wrap this up. At the same time, I'm also like, oh my god, we get to start Apollo. We get to start Apollo soon. So I'm really looking forward to that
Yeah.
as well.
We gotta go back through the process of figuring out who voices who.
Yeah.
Is
Actually,
there a German man in Apollo Justice?
I don't. Actually there is.
There you go, Asfar.
I don't know how you were gonna voice him, but Clavier and his
What?
brother, I believe, are from Germany.
Oh.
At the very least, I know, and I don't know if he says objection. I think he does say objection, but at the very least, I'm gonna butcher this so bad, but I know he uses Achtung, which means like attention in
Yeah.
German. So, and speaking of German men, oh my god. Oh man. All right, let's see who's on here. See if anybody's awake doing things.
Critical Role streaming.
Critical Role streaming.
The goofy thing to raid into.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's looky loo. Yeah, let's looky loo. Get this open. Also, thank you guys for coming. Thank you for the compliment too, Chai. I really like doing it. I'm glad you guys are enjoying them because I don't necessarily feel confident in like the uniqueness of my voices that I do for characters, but I quite enjoy doing them irregardless.
As much as I enjoyed the voices in Chronicles, that's one thing that I'm kind of looking forward to with going back to a more traditional Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
Because you can look at those characters and like, this is a
Oh
weird
yeah.
motherfucker, and I know exactly what he sounds like. Whereas in Chronicles, it's like British man number 1, British man
Vision
number
number
2,
2.
British man number 3, a Japanese guy.
I still request Pie Molds to come back, if not in Genshin somehow in this game. Oh my god. I'm glad you guys enjoy them. I have a good time. I have a good time doing them. Especially with Soph to banter off of too. I like
There's a character in Bust of Fellows that I gave a New York accent to,
uh-huh.
and Arya made some comment and was like, I didn't expect that voice. There's just some way about her delivery with it. I was like, does it bother you? And I just have not lived it down. I just keep bothering her about it. Because I don't really do a lot of voices during Final Fantasy, because they also all have the British man number 1, British man
Yeah,
number 2.
they do, don't they? No, we can do. We can read out to Lux. That's what we can do. Send you all along the Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail line. Okay. Well, all right. Yeah. Let's go ahead and wrap it up here. So today's Thursday. Next stream that I have planned will be on Saturday. We'll be doing it a little bit earlier than usual. I think I have it set up for noon Eastern time. You can definitely check out the schedule as my pinned tweet on Twitter, or you can also join the Discord and check out the announcements channel to see what we're doing for the week. I've left it a little light this week because I've got what's the word? I've got a football game to go to tomorrow, and then I want to try to get some uh crafting tasks done this weekend. So I'm going to do my Rubest. Right, I can't say my Rubestis anymore. It's my Rubestis now. Um, I have to do that because it's so much better. It's so much better. But I'll be doing my Rubestis, finishing those up and trying to get that accomplished because I'm running short on time before I will be heading out back to Texas in October. So that is creeping up slowly but steadily.
Yep.
So yeah, check out the Discord. Feel free to join if you'd like. I don't have anything planned for any watch parties, but I do want to start planning some more watch parties and stuff. Eventually I want to watch Premiere with everybody. So that would be super exciting. I want to watch it with you guys. But yeah, we're gonna raid out to Lux here. And he is playing Honkai Star Rail. So honk. Here are the raid messages. The first one is the general one. The second one is the subscriber raid message. So please collect whichever one is applicable to you. And thank you everyone for coming to hang out with us tonight. I really appreciate you guys coming out and chatting with us and watching us do funny voices and be 5 different British men all at the same time. But yeah. Thank you everyone for coming. Nice to meet you, signing off. I guess I'll see you guys on Saturday. So have a good night, guys. Bye.
Bye.